O beloved Kirpal Guru, my love with you is very ancient. I am lying at your door. I am standing with my hand stretched out. The eyes are thirsty. Make me have your darshan. Shower grace, O Lord. Take me across, O friend of the miserable ones, the ocean of compassion. How do you forget me? Shower in grace, you liberated the saints. O Satguru, you have liberated even the sinners. You ate the contaminated fruits of Shivri. You embraced all those who came into your refuge. You have erased everyone's difficulties. You have known everyone's pains. O Satguru, I'm in your refuge. You are an ocean, and I am your drop. You are my mother and father and brother. I am a beggar. You are the giver. O Ajib, this is a tale of lives. This is a story of birth after birth. This is a bhajan by Sanchi on page 267. तुमसे मेरी प्रीत पुरानी है किरपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे किरपाल गुरु तुमसे तुमसे मेरी प्रीत पुरानी है किरपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है किरपाल गुरु तुमसे दरवाजे पर पड़ा हुआ हाथ पसारे खड़ा हुआ दरवाजे पर पड़ा हुआ हाथ पसारे खड़ा हुआ आज्ञा प्यासी दर्श दिखाओ दया करो प्रभु पार लगाओ आज्ञा प्यासी दर्श दिखाओ दया करो प्रभु पार लगाओ दीन बंधु करुणा के सागर मेरी सुध कैसे बिसरानी है किरपाल गुरु प्यारे प्यारे है किरपाल गुरु तुमसे कृपा करी संत जन तारे सतगुरु तुमने आत्म उबारे कृपा करी संत जन तारे सतगुरु तुमने आत्म उबारे शिवरी के झूठे फल खाए सब शरणागत कांट लगाए शिवरी के झूठे फल खाए सब शरणागत स्वागत कांत लगाई, तुमने सबके संगत खाते, सबकी पीड़ा जानी है, किरपाल गुरु प्यारे, प्यारे है किरपाल गुरु तुमसे, हे सतगुरु में शरण तुम्हारी, तुम साकार में पूर्ण तुम्हारी, हे सतगुरु में शरण तुम्हारी, तुम साकार में पूर्ण तुम्हारी, तुम ही माता पिता और भ्राता, मैं हूँ चाचक तुम हो दाता, तुम ही माता पिता और भ्राता, मैं हूँ चाचक तुम हो दाता, अजायब यही जन्मों की कहाता, ये जन्म जन्म की कहानी है, किरपाल गुरु प्यारे, प्यारे है किरपाल गुरु तुमसे, तुमसे, तुमसे मेरी प्रीत पुरानी है, किरपाल गुरु प्यारे, प्यारे है किरपाल गुरु तुमसे।
I want to begin with a short paragraph from a brief life sketch of Sant Kirpal Singh, the early years. The man who is destined to become a master of the highest grade was born on February 6th, 1894, in Syed Kasaran, a village in the Rawalpindi district of India. The child was christened Kirpal, meaning the gracious one, an apt and prophetic name for one who was to become filled with the grace of the Supreme Being. When a saint comes into incarnation, even the names of his parents have bearing upon his destiny. The father of Kirpal Singh was named S. Hukam Singh, the bearer of the divine will, and his mother's name was Gulab Devi, the goddess of roses. Appropriate appellations for such privileged parents. He who was destined to manifest the divine will would carry his spirituality as the fragrance of rose is carried in the blossom. Then I'd like to read an excerpt from the talk that's entitled "The Mind Replies to the Soul." And it starts with a couplet. Master Kirpal's commenting on a scripture of Swamiji Maharaj. How can I rise to the Gagan, my beloved? I am like an overspirited horse. The mind says, you want me to rise to the seat of the soul, Gagan, but how can I in this present condition? The sense enjoyments are always luring me on, and I gallop at full speed after them like a spirited horse beyond control. I cannot sit still for a minute. So what to do? The poor heart has laid bare its pathetic helplessness, and now Swamiji reveals the solution. To you, I now speak these words. Go to the Satguru and plead to him. Only through rising above the body and entering the Gagan lies the true happiness, but this is not in the mind's power. So he says, we should go to the Satguru and plead to him to take us out of here. He has the love, and we are prisoners. He also has come as a prisoner, just for our sakes. He put on this bag of filth, this human form, just to release us. O Satguru, if you do not help us, then who can? He who has left the house and is standing on the roof can catch hold of another's hand and drag him up. The powerful guru drags the soul out. By giving a boost, the complete master gives an experience of rising above the body consciousness. We need this help. Otherwise, how would we rise above by ourselves? We get an inner contact and a taste of the nectar of Nam, which, by devoting more time in meditation, becomes the Maharas, the greater nectar, which withdraws one completely from the outer attractions. So with Nam, the mind can be controlled, and to receive connection with Nam, one must go to the Satguru. A Muslim prophet says that this mind can never be killed unless one comes under the shadow of a peer or master. The attention can be stilled in the company of a sadhu or master. Then the stillness of mind is realized. Even the scriptures cannot be fully understood without the master's company. For with stillness of mind, all things are seen in true perception, unconfused. True understanding does not come when sitting at home and thinking. The master's company is something like an ocean's breakwater, which, when the waves dash against it, breaks the impact of their force, and so they become less boisterous. In that very same water, one can swim without danger. The master's company has a charging, a wonderful stillness. In the company of a saint, the Lord seems near. This is the result of the radiation which permeates and surrounds the master. So in satsang, we become aware of the truth for a while, even at our first visit. But we again wander away. So the mind tells us the solution for these difficulties. If you want to control me, take the nectar of Nam. I cannot leave the enjoyments, for just by seeing some attraction, I become helpless and reckless. A recklessness is born in me. Heedless of everything, I say, let me do it now and never mind the consequences. So let us go to the Satguru and plead with him to take us out of this predicament. Let us place ourselves at his feet, you and me. Through that satsang, we will gain something. The mind is now willing to leave all its cleverness and appeal to the Satguru. Satsang is the name we give to the company of an awakened soul. A Satguru makes a satsang. The company of learned people or the reading of books may be most interesting, but it is not a satsang. There has to be one present who has risen above mind and senses and who has become truly awakened. A Muslim saint says the whole world is asleep, and brother, you also are asleep with it. How can a sleeping man awaken another who is also asleep? At satsang, there is great charging, but you must be connected to it. It is no good just sitting there. Furthermore, your attention should be on the master alone, even if you are thousands of miles from him physically. You can still enjoy satsang. Naturally, there is more benefit in being completely attentive when near his physical presence. For you will get a direct charging, but no matter where you are, you will still have help if you are receptive. Some people ask, what is the actual effect of satsang? Well, if you tie a wild horse at a stake, he will naturally make a run for it. But when he reaches the end of the tether, he will be brought up with a jerk. He may try to run away several times, but will always be pulled up by the tether. Satsang has some effect like this on the mind, and after repeating a few times, the inclination to run away grows less, until it eventually learns to still itself. Satsang also cleanses the bad smells which come from the habits of lust, anger, greed, etc. That is, if the person is receptive. He becomes something different. Why do masters come, and what is their work? They release the soul from mind and senses and connect it with Nam. They come only for this purpose. Though they go through many difficulties and work hard, people abuse them and call them atheists, but they are not concerned and carry on with the work. Eventually, the mind realizes that to go to such a soul is the only remedy. Leaving body consciousness is the first step. If the soul does not go on further and achieve Trigun Atit, or above the three, it will get the permanent peace. Go to and obey him. The words of a complete master, I tie on my heart. Tie his words close to you. They should not enter from one ear and leave from the other. Tie them securely in the heart. When the Satguru showers his mercy every moment, he protects me. If you go to someone for protection with a sincere heart, putting all your hopes in him, after all the disappointment and defeat, he has to accept and protect you on principle. He is not concerned that you may be a great sinner. He sees only that you are a soul at the mercy of the mind and senses. His work is to release this soul and release also the mind from the sense enjoyments, and to give the nectar of Nam, through which the life can be turned into a success. He does not care if people consider him good or bad, or if one has faith in him or not. Yet he will never leave those who are under his care. Christ said, I shall never leave thee nor forsake thee until the end of the world. Hazur used to say that when the Satguru gives initiation, he does not rest until he has taken the disciple into the lap of Satnam or Satpurush. You may leave him and put your attention elsewhere, but he does not forsake you. So, brothers, obey my direction. Do your meditation, even if it be little, and increase whatever experience you have been given. See into each action of your daily life and keep a diary. Do not leave off your bhajan and simran. There is a remedy for mistakes, but there is no remedy for disobeying. And the road is long for such people. Those who have Nam will definitely reach God, but it will be a long journey for whosoever disobeys the instructions. You have to do it, whether in one birth, 2, or 4. So why not now? Remember that the disciple who always has his face turned toward the Guru draws the Guru's attention. If you keep someone in your heart, you will reside in theirs. The tortoise lays her eggs in the sand, and yet herself remains in the water, but her attention is always directed to the eggs. It does not matter if the disciple is in a different place than the master. When the master directs his attention, the disciple should be receptive. That is all that is necessary. If there is receptivity in both hearts, then Kabir Sahib says that even if the disciple is separated from the Guru by 7 oceans, still they can be one through the attention. Turn your face and direct your attention to him. A man once wrote to me that the Satguru was closer to him than anything else. And whether it is early morning or night, he comes and sits beside him, talking to him and giving such amazing talks containing information with very deep meanings. The man said that he had written down 20 such talks from the inner master. Now, surely the Guru must be something other than just a physical form. He does have a physical form, but he is not imprisoned therein. He comes as a doctor for those who are captured by mind, senses, and worldly attractions. Outwardly, there may be no apparent difference between him and us, yet he is certainly not a prisoner as we are. If you think of him as merely a man, what will you receive? At the most, he will make a good man of you. If you think he has no spiritual powers, then how will he give you spiritual help? Make a wave of receptivity from heart to heart. This is the way to realize the Lord. Become even a little receptive, and the Master in you will restrain you when you are in danger of going wrong. As a mother cares for her child, the Satguru cares 1,000,000 times more. Even a gambler with the worst of habits will be loved and cared for by his mother. She will never allow him to starve. Having received the protection of a God-realized man, do you think he would ever forget you? Keep your face turned toward him, and even with the outer eyes, observe how much help you get. I cannot rise of my own strength unless the Guru will release me from bondage. The mind has not the strength to rise above this jungle. He must have assistance from the greater power of the Guru, a complete master who will break all fetters. Life after life, one is a slave to the world, and after death, one will again come to the world, heaven and hell, again and again, birth. Hearing all this, the soul was overjoyed. Let us quickly go and get our fetters cut. It is naturally a great day for the soul when the mind at last is willing to cooperate, and once that awareness is there, without delay it wants to be at the feet of the Satguru. It instinctively knows that he is the very life who will release it from the miseries and strife. Whenever the mind has clear understanding and is inclined toward God, then quickly sit down for meditation. Do not wait for tomorrow. Do not wait even a few hours, or his mood will change, and again he will cheat you out of the benefit. No matter what you are doing, when the mind and soul are one, sit in meditation at once. Who knows what will happen in the next minute? Such an ideal mood is rare and valuable. There should be no delaying to take advantage. Both entered into the protection of satsang. They drank again and again the overflowing nectar of Nam. When the mind and soul sit together in harmony at the feet of a true master, both drink the water of life. When the master gives a sitting and the mind is willing to go with the soul, both taste the nectar. Drink a cup and become intoxicated. Guru Nanak says, "O Nanak, the intoxication of Nam inebriates day and night." So this is the secret. If you want to taste that divine nectar of Nam, make the mind your friend and companion and get some work out of him. For he is a lover of enjoyment, and in the Nam is great sweetness, tasting which all other tastes become insipid. This science is not for any particular religion. It is purely the solution to a man problem. Anyone, no matter to which religion they belong, may have the benefit of this solution, which has been described so beautifully in this hymn. If you start today what has been recommended, you will be on the way to success and to achieving the true happiness, which is everlasting. There is no need to regard your situation as hopeless. There is hope for everybody. No matter how bad or how low or cruel a man is, yet there is hope for him. For the Satguru is a true washerman who purifies by washing away the dirt of the senses. Just do what he says. Do not be a manmukh, mouthpiece of the mind, but become a gurumukh, mouthpiece of the Guru. By merely looking at a master, you will not get salvation. Remember that. Just by seeing the Guru, salvation does not come while you do not love the Satguru's words. Do whatever the master says. Follow his advice, obey him, and become receptive to him. For the soul gains strength through receptivity. The work which may seem impossible just now will become easy. All sins are burned away in the company of a true master, and from a true master you can receive the precious gift of Nam. The Satguru is so powerful that not only the disciple gets benefit, but those who love the disciple will also gain his protection. This has been proven by historical spiritual records. That concludes my reading.
Hello, I'm reading from the Ambrosial Hour. These two satsangs, these two talks by Sawan and Kirpal were read in my local satsang a few weeks ago, and they've really stayed with me. This is chapter 18, Go Ahead and Do It, an excerpt from a letter to an American disciple by Baba Sawan Singh. I assure you that I do not mean to neglect any of our American satsangis. I think I answered your last letter. It may have gone astray. But in any case, you should write to me every few months and give a full account of your progress and ask any question you may wish to ask. I shall be glad to hear of your inner progress on the path. No doubt you are making some headway, and I am anxious to see you go inside truly and find the great light and joy which awaits you there. There is nothing equal to this way, and it gives more real joy and satisfaction than all else in the world. But to get that, you have to go inside. It cannot be realized outside. All the world is seeking it in books, holy places, association with people, but it has to be found inside. That is gained by steadfast meditation and holding your attention in the eye focus without wavering. When you learn to do this, the treasure, which is yours already, will come into conscious possession, and you will realize more than you can dream of. Let nothing stop or hinder you. Let no earthly obstacle stand in your way of going inside. Set your mind steadfastly upon that, and make all else subordinate to that, and other things will melt away and leave you free. I am well aware that you have struggles. You have some things within yourself to overcome, and some things outside of yourself which must be surmounted, but you can do it. If you have full confidence in the inner master, he will always help you. Often, when you find the difficulties greatest and the hour darkest, the light will appear, and you will see that you are free. Let nothing discourage you. This is no light proposition, but your getting Nam means more than if you had inherited $1 million or many millions. You are one of the luckiest sons of Satpurush, and he has chosen you to get Nam and go with the master to Sachkhand. You must reach there. Nothing can prevent you, but you can hasten the progress or retard it as you like. Do your utmost now to remove all difficulties within and without yourself, and then sit as many hours as you possibly can. Hold your attention fixed at the focus, not allowing the mind to run away or to waver in the least. If the mind runs away, bring it back instantly and hold it at the focus. By and by, if your attention is steadfast, you will see a blue sky and the stars and sun and moon, and then you will see the great Jot, the 1,000-petaled lotus, and the master's radiant form. You must see these things. Look steadily for them and permit no doubt or question to enter your mind. It is certain. When you have entered the first region, you will get the full benefit of the sound current. It will come to you clear and sweet, and its music will fill you with joy, and that of itself will enable you to overcome all your remaining difficulties and weaknesses. That is the one thing that makes you strong against all foes and makes your victory absolutely certain. With the melodious sounds ringing in your ears, your success is absolutely certain. You must reach the supreme goal in due time. Some reach it sooner, others later, according to their own individual efforts and the karma they have to overcome. But you should not have a long battle. You have already overcome much, and the inner master is always within to receive and welcome you. When you meet him inside and talk to him face to face, as man to man, he will always be ready to answer all of your questions and to guide you along the path. He is there now, but you cannot see him until you remove the intervening curtains. But you can easily do that. Go ahead and do it. Great will be your reward. This is chapter 28 from the Ambrosial Hour, To Change the Mind's Habits, the fourth of a series of circular letters on the subject of receptivity, dated February 20th, 1971, by Master Kirpal Singh. The Way of the Saints contains the other four parts, which are also published in booklet form. And Master Kirpal says, over the past year, I have observed from the spiritual diary sent in by the dear ones that they report little or no inner progress, some even mentioning that they have made no headway since the time of their holy initiation, because there appears to be a lack of right understanding as to why steady progress has not been made. I should like to clarify the process by which such progress can be achieved. If the dear ones were to do their spiritual practices correctly, with due regard to self-introspection, they would, as sure as 2 and 2 make 4, rise above body consciousness and transcend into the beyond, where the inner master is patiently waiting to greet his children at the threshold of the astral plane. But because they are unable to do this, even for a short while, they erroneously believe their meditations to be barren of all concrete results. If you were able to follow the Master's instructions accurately, you would be sure to agree with St. Paul, who tells us in the Bible, I die daily. Therefore, what is it that prevents you from following the Master's instructions? It is your own mind, which you have not been able to coax away from the outer attachments of the world to the bliss that awaits it inside. What the Master tells you to do is not really difficult, if you could but comprehend the simplicity of it. He tells you to sit in a position most comfortable to you, one in which you can sit the longest without moving. That while sitting in this position, you are to remain wide awake with your attention directed at the seat of the soul behind and between the two eyebrows. That you are to look sweetly and serenely into the middle of the darkness in front of you, repeating the Simran of the 5 charged names slowly and at intervals. Some succeed in performing their spiritual disciplines in the prescribed manner in a short period. Others do not, for want of the conscious control of the mind and the outgoing faculties. This is why it has always been stressed to weed out all undesirable traits and habits and to replace them by the opposite, ennobling virtues. And for this, the maintenance of the monthly self-introspective diary is mandatory. The more you progress in man-making, the more your mind and senses will come under your conscious control. This has already been dealt with very thoroughly, as well as other aspects of spiritual development in my previous circular letters, which, together with morning talks, constitute the yardsticks with which you may apply to measure how far you have succeeded in your disciplines, both outer and inner. So what is meant by not doing the practices properly is simply another way of saying that the one-pointed concentration preluding complete withdrawal to the eye focus has not yet been achieved by the dear ones. You are the indweller of your own body, but are not yet its master. Your servants, the mind and five senses, have usurped the throne on which your soul should sit. Until they are disposed and placed in their rightful place as servants, they will not allow you to withdraw and go in. The master within, like any loving father, is eagerly awaiting the day when you have to set your house in order. He only requires one opportunity to snatch you from this prison house of the body. And like an expert angler, once he has successfully hooked his fish, he will not allow it to escape until he has it safely in his basket. Man is so constituted that he cannot for long remain at one level. He either progresses or slips back. You may judge for yourself which way you are going by seeing how far your mind and senses are coming under your conscious control. This is achieved not only by ethical living, but also by the inner help and strength you get every time you sit for meditations. So if no apparent inner headway is achieved, know it for certain that the ground is being watered. Every time you sit, you are creating a habit which one day the mind will accept as in its best interest, as opposed to its present habit of seeking enjoyment in outside things. Habit strengthens into nature, and this is the reason for the present difficulties experienced by the dear ones in their routine meditations. The habit of the mind in running after outside enjoyments has become natural to it. Therefore, it resents sitting in the quiet. By creating a new habit, you will, in time, change the nature of the mind from one seeking pleasure in external things to one thirsting for the bliss and sweetness to be had from things internal. And a quote from Swamiji: "Thy restless mind continually goes astray. How can it ever be brought to heel? Only by giving the heart and soul to the word or Nam of God. No other way has ever been found or ever will be found." And Master Kirpal concludes saying, "So I wish for you to tread the path, having full faith and confidence in the Master. And above all, be grateful that you have been accepted for initiation in this difficult age we are living in. Persevere, persevere, and persevere again. Perseverance, combined with full faith in the gracious Master Power working overhead, will one day remove all obstacles, and your cherished goal will be achieved. With all his love and best wishes, yours affectionately, Kirpal Singh." And I want to read one more short reading, just one more minute. In Russell's new book, The Years with Ajaib, he talks about seeing Ajaib for the first time and the twinkle of the Master in his eyes, and feeling like the Master saying to him, "Nice to see you. Were you lost? Welcome, welcome." And it reminded Russell of a moment in 1972 on Master Kirpal's Third World Tour. And I'm going to read that moment now. "The Master has come to Virginia and the crowds are large, too large for Mr. Khanna's house. So people are not supposed to go to the house in the afternoons. So Russell thinks he's going to be good and not go. And he's describing the beauty of the tour when someone asks him, 'Why aren't you with the Master right now?' And Russell says, 'The second she said that, I felt as though I had been hit by lightning. I knew she was absolutely right. Not only should I be there, I must be there, that the Master himself wanted me to be there, the same way I had known about it in Pathankot, only 2 or 3 times as intense. I said instantly, I'm going over. Anybody who wants to go can come, but I'm not waiting. I raced down the stairs, jumped into the car, and drove off with a small group, including his family. Like a madman, I drove the 10 miles or so to the house. The urgency was unbearable, and I felt that I had made a terrible mistake and the only way I could rectify it was to get there as quickly as possible. We pulled into Mr. Khanna's front yard, raced into the house, and found no one there at all. No one at all except the master, sitting cross-legged on his bed and beaming at us. I didn't stop to wonder where everyone else was. I threw myself at his feet, grateful beyond words. He said softly, "Where have you been?" I just looked at him. What could I say? He continued, "Were you lost?" And I smiled and I said, "Yes, master, I was lost, all right, but I'm found now." And he laughed. Then followed 20 minutes of the sweetest, most loving darshan imaginable, with just us. At the end, Mr. Khanna came upstairs. Seeing us in the master's room, he called up the others from downstairs in the basement, where every soul in the house had been waiting, except for us. The master gave them a few minutes too, then dismissed us all. I felt his love that night as much as I ever had. May we all persevere and feel that tugging again.
Today's subject is very important. Don't hurt anybody. We hurt others by three means, three means. One, in mind, we think evil of others. In mind. We think evil of others. We scheme for bringing about anything wrong to the others. This is one thing. Thoughts are very potent. When you think evil of anybody else, that reacts there, like a telegraphy wave, you see. So, by radiation, that affects others. You may not be telling anybody anything, you think of others, the radiation is there. Once Akbar the Great, the Emperor of India, was told by his minister, Birbal, he said, when thoughts are very potent, we should be very careful about them. He said, how do you say thoughts are? It's all right, I'll give you a concrete example. Let us go outside. They both of them went outside, and one man coming, say, at a distance about 2 furlongs. So Birbal, the minister, told the king, look here, just think something about him in your mind. And when he comes near to you, you might ask him what thought has crossed his mind then. Only by looking and thinking. A thought in the mind where he should be shot. That's only thought way. When that man approached him, then king asked him, well, you pardon for anything that has struck your mind. You just tell me when you saw my face, what did it strike in your mind? He says, Emperor, excuse me, I thought I should beat you with my fist and break your head. So the thoughts are very important like that. If you think evil of others, naturally radiates there, the other man reacts. That's one thing. Then, through your words, you speak evil and you tell, calling names to others. You are fool, you are such and such, talk blind like that, so many things, you are blind. Such, carry more weight, still more weight. So if somebody tells you something what you should do, then stand down. Reacting in the same way, what he says, he calls your name, you also begin to call like that. Then what is the result? That will flare up. More trouble. One will call you once, the other will call you twice, and goes on, that results in fight. Or just hurting physically somebody. This is by words. And the third is by your physical body. So very root is the thought. Man speaks out of the abundance of one's heart. You see, whatever is lying there, those words, those things take the form of words. And when that grows still further fiercer, then fighting. So don't hurt the feelings of others in thought, word, and deed. Even, you see, very religious places also, they say, a dozen of men are working there. There may be some difference, they're thinking evil of others and they're speaking to others, he is such and such man, he is such and such man. The result is, thoughts radiate, that reaction in others' mind. Naturally the mind don't agree. So you consider that you are told only one man like that. He is your friend. He has also got other friends, you see. That goes round again to the man about whom you are thinking good or evil. You follow my point? So heart is the throne of God. Body is the temple of God. If you just defile the throne, I mean the God has to be enthroned, then who will sit there? So for that, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Purity mainly lies in not thinking evil of others. Word, thought and deed. There are other factors too, but this is the main factor. About more than 50%. And when I used to sit, even in ashrams or everywhere, one man is thinking about the other, he's telling somebody else. That goes around like a man who has got that nature. That is just like a plague infection, you see. The rat infected by plague goes around and spreads that very infection every round. So there is, you see, very strict condition. Don't be the unpaid apprentices of God, CID of God. If there's any, I think, bad thing somebody else, you might reserve it to yourself and go and privately tell him to improve. Suppose he does not improve, then go to his boss. Leave it to him. Don't take the law in your own hands. On the other way, you see, if you think good of others, you radiate good. You see, you purify your mind, you purify others' mind. So, by thinking evil of others, we spoil our own temples of God. First, defile. Outward we are all right, quite clean, but our hearts are impure, are defiled by evil thoughts of thinking evil of others. You see? We are all parts of the same machinery. If even one part is out of order, all machinery won't go on. So that is why wanted reformers, not of others, but of themselves. Charity begins at home. You see, we should reform ourselves first. An example is better than precept. So this is today's subject. Don't think evil of others in word, deed and mind. Always, if you think of anybody else, good even, then take it why. Why do you want to improve others? Because they are your brothers and sisters in God. God is that in every heart. Bodies are the temple of God. So first we defile our temples, you see. Then we defile others. So instead we should think, peace be unto all the world over. under thy will, O God. This is what Guru Nanak gave out in this prayer. Peace be unto all the world, let all world be happy. How can they be happy if you defile everybody's mind? The foremost thing is not to think evil of others, speak evil of others, and hear evil of others. If you come to know something, then it is for you to just keep it to your own self. Try to privately tell other party, well, this is you kindly improve. Even then, if he doesn't able, then tell to his senior man, that's all. Or leave it to God ultimately. So we should not become reformers of each other. We should reform ourselves first. If you got sympathy for others, we should go around and tell him privately, my dear. Then the other body will care to listen to. But if oh, you are like that, who is going to? Even if blind man is there, you say, oh, blind man, you take it to heart. You simply say, well, dear friend, did you lose sight? Purpose is same, you see, that there are ways and ways to express things. So, speaking, you might say, is an art. The same words will carry very loving effect, you see, peaceful effect. The same words will flare of fire. So this is what we have to we have to guard against that thing. So we should not think evil of others at heart, even in mind, word and deed. These are things, some subjects come up, you see. And for these, you see, God is not difficult to meet, but it is difficult to be a man, you see. Man is unique. God is seeking after some man who is a man. So when you are ready, yes, God will come and give you permission to. I went to London, I remember. On my first tour, there were 2 children, you see, about 7, 8 years, or 9 years. I asked them, what do you want? They were given initiation for hearing. We want to become masters, so they said. All right, you have been put on the way, improve, go on progress on the way, you might be selected as a master. You see? God is after finding out some man who is man, so that the work may go on. It is not for us to claim that thing, but it is for God to select who is fit for the job. So hankering are only propaganda, doing propaganda for having that position. It is not in man's hand. It is a commission from God. So I told him, well, you may become a master, that's all right. You have been put on the way, go on with it, you might be selected as a master. So each one has to become after all, come to perfection. You see, it is no sin. Every saint has its past and every sin a future. So this thing starts where? From our own selves. First of all, not to think of evil. If there is evil in your mind, out of the abundance of thought a man speaks, that radiates even by thought, by word, and if it comes to extreme, then blows. So, in the teaching of the Master, the first and foremost thing is that. Just let us now examine our own self, how we stand, where we stand. If all these things are there, how can we aspire to become masters? So purity of mind is the first thing. Let it not be defiled by the evil thoughts. तो ये पढ़ने के लिए चीजें नहीं समझना है, नोट करो, जीवन को बदलो. If you hurt anybody, all right, pray for forgiveness. Our dear friend, I have hurt you in my, please excuse, that's to forgive and forget. Generally we don't forget. We simply say, all right, no, we don't mind, but that poison goes on there. That affects sooner or later. So when anybody hurt your feelings in words, and deeds, forgive. Forgiveness is the only sweet water that will wash away all dirt. Justice won't do it. Mind that. If you want justice, then justice works. React. Forgiveness only washes away all dirt. Forgive and forget. This is the way to spirituality. All right. तो आप भाइयों ने सुन लिया आज का सबक कि दिल में किसी का बुरा चिंतन कोई करता करने दो तुम। Once it so happened, some man went to Lord Buddha. He began to call names like anything. He went on like anything. He took 1, 2, 3 hours. It got dark in the night. When he saw its darkness, then he would like to go away. Then Lord Buddha said, well, dear friend, just tell me one thing. I said, what? If anybody brings some present for somebody, and if he does not accept it, with whom that is left? He said, who brings that present that you take away? Well, dear friend, the present you have brought, I don't accept. So these are the things to be considered after and lived up to. If you live up to your whole form, your thought, your eyes, your bearing, your radiation will change. It is no matter of acting or posing. No, it is a matter of living. Those who live, Master says, those who live up to what I say, I am their servant, they are my bosses. I will serve them to the best we can. Naturally, any son who will be just obedient to his father and do all things what he wants to do, naturally he is most dear to his father. Not mere by outward assent or acting or posing, you see, because the mind radiates. And the Master knows the mind, not the outward thing. तो इसलिए भाई बात समझ रहे हो सब भाई दिल को साफ दिल को सवाई दूसरी का बुरा बुरा हो या धड़े बंदी हो दोनों एक ही मन एक ही धड़ा दूसरे का बुरा और क्या मन करके भी ना हो तो देखो बॉडी आलाइश दूर हो जाएगी थोड़ा बैठो ज्यादा बने दूसरा लब लाले चलता हो एक चीज के पाने कितना आदमी अफोदर करता है तो ये है चीजें जिनको समझना है समझ आ गई ये तो आई गई ना एनीबॉडी कैन अंडरस्टैंड बट वी हैव टू लिव अप टू इट दैट्स द मेन थिंग mere understanding won't do even such things are not explained I tell you in talks etc these are heart to heart talks that you are being given these what say tips secret of success. Keep your mind on the right.
Bhajan is on page 172. You are my father, you are my mother, you are my kinsman, you are my brother, you are my protector at every place. Then why should I have any fear? By your grace I have realized you. You are my support, you are my honor. There is no other except you. All this universe is your playground. You have created all men and other beings, and according to your will, you have kept them at their places. All that happens is done by you, and we do nothing. By meditating on Nam, I have received supreme happiness. My mind has become calm through singing the praises of God. All hail to the perfect Master, by whose grace Nanak has won this battle.
Gemera mata. Tú eres mi padre, tú eres mi madre, tú eres mi pariente, tú eres mi hermano. Tú eres mi protector en todo lugar. ¿Por qué entonces he de sentir temor? Por obra de tu gracia eres para mi realidad. Tú eres mi apoyo, tú eres mi honra. No hay nada, nadie como tú. El universo entero es el campo de tu acción. Tú has creado a todos los seres humanos y a las demás criaturas. Tú has asignado a cada uno su sitio según tu voluntad. Todo lo que ocurre es obra tuya. No hay nada que nosotros hagamos. Por meditar en tu Naan he obtenido la suprema bienaventuranza. Mi mente se ha calmado cantando las alabanzas de Dios. Alabad todos al perfecto Maestro, por la gracia de quien Nanak ha triunfado en esta batalla. Tu mera pita, tujhe mera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata, tu mera pita, tujhe mera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata. Tu mera raka, sabenita. Tu mera raka, sabenita. Tabo ke kakarajiyo. Tabo ke kakarajiyo. Tu mera pita, tujhe mera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata. Tu mera pita, tujhe mera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera raka. Tumhari kirpa te tu de pashana. Tumhari kirpa te tu de pashana. Tu meri te tujhe mera mana. Tu meri te tujhe mera mana. Tu mera pita, tujhe mera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata, tu mera pita, tujhe mera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata. Tu divina duya, avarena koi, tu divina duya, avarena koi, sabetera que le acarayo, sabetera que le acarayo, tu mera pita, tu gemera mata. Tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata, tu mera pita, tu gemera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata. Yante sabe tu de upae, Yante sabe tu de upae. Jite jite bana tite lai. Jite jite bana tite lai. Tu mera pita, tu gemera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata, tu mera pita, tu gemera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata. Sabe que se quita tera jove, sabe que se quita tera jove, nahi ki se asara jio, nahi ki se asara jio, tu mera pita, tu gemera mata. Tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata, tu mera pita, tu gemera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata. Nam dia e mahasuke paya, Nam dia e mahasuke paya, Hare gune gae mera mane sitelaya. Hare gune gae mera mane sitelaya. Tu mera pita, tu mera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera grata. Tu mera pita, tu mera mata, tu mera banda, pe tu mera brata. Guru pure vajivadai, Guru pure vajivadai, Nanake jita vikara jiyo, Nanake jita vikara jiyo, tu mera pita. Tu है मेरा माता, तू मेरा बंदा, पे तू मेरा भ्राता, तू मेरा पिता, तू है मेरा माता, तू मेरा बंदा, पे तू मेरा भ्राता.
We'll close with a poem of Maulana Rum, as Master Kirpal used to refer to him. A zero circle. Be helpless and dumbfounded, unable to say yes or no. Then a stretcher will come from grace to gather us up. We are too dull-eyed to see the beauty. If we say yes we can, we'll be lying. If we say no we don't see it, that no will behead us and shut tight our window into spirit. So let us not be sure of anything beside ourselves, and only that so miraculous beings come running to help. Crazed, lying in a zero circle, mute, we will be saying finally, with tremendous eloquence, lead us. When we've totally surrendered to that beauty, we'll become a mighty kindness. And that concludes this session. And we'll take a break for rest, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock Pacific time for a meditation talk before the meditation sitting.
Meditation means uniting our soul with God. But how to do it? We are conscious entities, a drop of the ocean of all consciousness, with all attention, with all consciousness. And our soul is also, the outer expression of the soul is also called attention. So meditation means withdrawing your attention from all outside, also from the body below. Bring it to the seat of the soul, which is at the back of the eyes. Where the man dying, the soul withdraws from the body, the eyes are upturned there. And there, when all attention is centralized, that you know you are not the body. Then your inner eye, your third eye, your single eye is open, and you can see the light of God. This is one expression of the God into speaking power. If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. You know, it is a process, just like a dying man, without attention from all outside. Mind that there should be no tension in any part of the body. Sit quite relaxed but straight. Quite opposite to the yoga postures. They sit quite with tension in the body. You see? So first step is to sit in any pose most convenient to you, with no tension in any part of the body. Sit quite relaxed but straight. And once you adopt any pose, don't change, please. Be physically still. Further, you close your eyes, withdraw your attention from all outside. Also withdraw your attention from all environments also where you are sitting. And forget all outside and forget the environment in which you are sitting. Also don't pay any attention to what is going on in the body below the eyes. Fix your whole attention at the seat of the soul, which is at the back of the eyes. That will give you some tension. To avoid that, when you close your eyes, you see vast expanse of darkness. Just look into the middle of the darkness lying in front of you, opposite your eyebrows, that area. Look intently, minutely penetrating to find out what is in there. This avoid any tension. Continue looking constantly without break into the middle of the darkness lying in front of you, that way. Fix your gaze. Along with it, have the sweet members of God. Those who are initiated, they should repeat the names of God which are charged mentally, one by one at intervals, not in quick succession. That will give only charging. You continue looking like that for a short period, say 15 to 20 minutes. The attention will be withdrawn from all outside and there will be centralized, and there you will find the darkness will be tamed and light will flow forth. When sight, you see light, again look into the middle of the light in front of you, intently, minutely penetrating it. That will grow bright and burst. Further way will be up. You see sky. Sometimes sky comes up at the very outset. If it comes at the outset or later, put in whole attention to seeing it what is in there. You'll find stars. If you find stars, then locate a big star out of that about which all masters are referred. If you find that, then put in whole attention into the middle of the big star. The result will be the star will open, you'll cross it. Further you may find moon. If you find moon again, that very principle, look into the middle thereof, not the whole of it. That will grow by bright and burst into pieces. You'll cross it like Prophet Muhammad crossed it. Further, you'll find God appears in some form in which He is working, on whom His grace is descending, or in whom He is manifest. In any form comes up like that, don't visualize yourself or premeditate anything. Allow your whole attention to Him, so much so you forget yourself. You will develop receptivity. He will talk to you as one does outside. And you will also have this sound principle also. You follow these, now as I say, go on sitting, you see.
Okay. I'll be singing Satguru Pyare Mary on page 27 of the Bhajan book. Only Bhajan I ever sang for Sanchi. Satguru Pyare Mary, Jindagi Savarda De, Karda Made Made Terde, Darda Te Pukarda De. Satguru Pyare Meri, Jindagi Savarda De, Karda Made Made Terde, Darda Te Pukarda De. Terde Te Guruji Merda Rai Rati Jordana, Terde Bajo Duniate Merda Kowi Hordana. Terde Te Guruji Merda Rai Rati Jordana, Terde Bajo Duniate Merda Kowi Hordana. Shardana me terdiaya, menu tukaraina, duka me bateri paye, horde tardafaina. Shardana me terdiaya, menu tukaraina, duka me bateri paye, horde tardafaina. Dukanala tapiatu de la merda tarda de Sate Guru Pyare Meri Jindagi Savarda de Dukanala tapiatu de la merda tarda de Sate Guru Pyare Meri Jindagi Savarda de Satguru Pyare Meri Jindagi Savarda De Karda Made Made Tere Darda Te Pukarda De Satguru Pyare Meri Jindagi Savarda De Karda Made Made Tere Darda Te Pukarda De Oh, beloved Sadhguru, improve my life. Suffering by karma, I am calling at your door. I have not even a little control over you. Except you in this world, nothing else is mine. I have come to your shelter. Don't reject me. I have got much suffering. No more agony. Cool my heart, which is heated by pain. Oh, beloved Sadhguru, improve my life. Suffering by karma, I am calling at your door. Namaste.
All righty, thank you. uh, ooh. Hello, everybody. Greetings on Master Kirpal's birthday. I want to read tonight from my new book, The Years with a Jade, although there will be a great deal about Kirpal in the readings that I'm doing. This is, the first reading is from the SKA retreat, February 1997, in which this was the next to last program that ever was at SKA. And it was a remarkable time, as many people, it was a big group that was there, and many people will remember that time. And it was right at Master's birthday. And the first satsang was at February 10th. And Sanchi gives, in this talk, I'm only going to read the beginning of the talk, but in it, he makes it very clear why it's a very good idea to celebrate the Master's birthday and why it's a very helping factor. So this is what he said on February 10th, 1997. Salutations unto the feet of Supreme Fathers, Lord Almighty Sawan and Kirpal, who have had mercy on the poor souls, who have showered so much grace upon us, and have given us the opportunity to sing their glory. All the saints have accepted this fact, that the Shabad, the Nam, is not involved in births and deaths. The Nam never dies. It never takes any birth. The Nam comes and manifests himself only in that body to which he wants to bestow the honor. The Nam assumes the body only for us. We still sing the glory of the family in which that Nam manifests himself, and of the home of those parents where that Nam is manifested and has spent his time playing in the courtyard of that family's house. We always appreciate that family. We always sing their glory, and we always celebrate the day of the physical birth of Nam in this world. We, the followers, sit together in the remembrance of that great master on that particular day. And we get a good opportunity. This is a very good opportunity for us to obtain the spiritual wealth and to receive the spiritual benefits. The dear ones all over celebrate the birthdays of the masters, and in that way they get the blessings and the spiritual benefit. So maintaining the same tradition, that God Almighty always assumes the human body and that he comes and lives amongst us,
Lord Almighty Kirpal also came into this world, and he lived among us. He started his life from a very low level, but to all those who came to him, to all those who understood him, he gave the gift of Nam. He distributed the riches and the wealth of Nam with both his hands to all those who came to him. We celebrated the birthday of that living God who was walking and moving around, who came in the form of Lord Almighty Kirpal at 16 PS. And on that day, I became very pleased. I was very happy because 16 PS is the place where he himself put his feet, and he himself glorified that place. On that day, many dear ones came there, and they remembered that great soul. And now Papu will read out to you the message which was given to all the dear ones on that day. Also on that day, in the remembrance of our beloved Master, a new bhajan was sung by Bant and Gurmail. And after Papu reads the message, Gurmail will sing that bhajan for you. So you should listen to both these things with much attention. And this is the message for the birthday of Lord Kirpal that Sanchi has referred to. Dear children of true emperors Sawan and Kirpal, millions of congratulations to all the dear ones on the birthday of my great Satguru, all owner Hazur Kirpal. Dear ones, today, sitting in the sweet and holy remembrance of the great Satguru, we are celebrating his birthday. But we can understand the greatness of Master, who is the form of Almighty Lord, only when we go within and behold his glory and splendor. Outwardly in the world, the great Satgurus used to eat, drink, sleep, and live like us, but they were much higher, much purer, and more perfect than we. They were the beloved sons of God. The reality is that they themselves were God Almighty. Even though they had the human form, after meeting with the Satpurush, they had become his form. They had mingled with him. They were the source and ocean of spirituality. They were the flowing river of mercy and love. According to the names given to them by their parents, they were the unending source of grace, support for the unsupported ones, and mercy to the suffering ones. Words do not have the power to describe their greatness and glory. There are hundreds and thousands of people in this world who received the spiritual benefit, the priceless gift of love, and such an understanding from them, which changed their lives, which changed them from crows into swans. Dear ones, the great Satgurus left their home of permanent peace and happiness and came into this burning world for the forgetful sinners like us. Working so hard day and night, they brought people of different kinds into the gardens of their satsangs. They protected us and took care of us like tender plants. We are the forgetful jivas. They gave us the holiest, purest, and simple teachings of the meditation of Surat Shabad. They put us on the path of spirituality. Every day, giving the water of satsang and sprinkling the drops of their gracious sight, they made our burning and dry hearts green. They brought us close to each other by sewing us in the silken thread of love and made us brothers and sisters. They made us members of their spiritual family and explained to us that we are the children of the same Father. So our relationship is very firm here and also in the beyond. In very forceful words, the great Satguru explained to us that this world is a traveler's inn. No one has ever lived here forever, nor is anyone going to live here forever. Remember that you have to leave this place. So make your life and your earnings clean. Make the Satguru and the fear of him dwell in your heart. Make room for his love in your heart. Spare at least 10% of your time and use it for the meditation of Shabad Nam. Make meditation an important part of your life, so that, with the grace of the Master and under his guidance, you may reach your true abode and have his darshan in abundance. Dear ones, we have spent all our life beautifying our body. Now the time has come to pay attention to our soul. The soul has been crying, but we never pay any attention to her. We never pay any attention to cleaning her. Today, on this holy occasion, understanding that the great Satguru is always with us, and remembering the beautiful form of the Master, let us take this vow, make this promise, that from now on we will spend as much time in meditation as possible, falling at the feet of the Master with all humility and with a true heart. Let us all pray that he may give us such understanding and strength that from this day we may understand the long forgotten work of doing Simran as the most important and personal work, and start doing bhajan and Simran. Dear ones, today is a very auspicious opportunity to pray to the Master and ask him for his blessings and grace. We should clean our soul with the broom of Simran, and with meditation beautify our souls. Apologize for the faults. Who knows whether we will get such an opportunity again or not? I can assure you that if our efforts are determined and our faith in the Master is strong, definitely the destination will kiss our feet and welcome us. So let us appreciate the time and not let it slip out of our hands. Let us apply ourselves in cleaning our soul so that we may make our birth successful and earn the pleasure of Hazur Kirpal. Once again, millions of congratulations on Master's birthday. The wiper of your shoes, Ajay Singh. And then this is the bhajan, which of course Gurmail sang. I will read the English words. Oh, beloved Kirpal Guru, my love with you is very ancient. I am lying at your door. I am standing with my hands stretched out. The eyes are thirsty. Make me have your darshan. Shower grace, O Lord. Take me across. O friend of the miserable ones, the ocean of compassion, how do you forget me? Shower in grace, you liberated the saints, O Satguru. You have liberated even the sinners. You ate the contaminated fruits of shivering. You embraced all those who came into your refuge. You have erased everyone's difficulties. You have known everyone's pains. O Satguru, I am in your refuge. You are an ocean and I am your draught. You are my mother and father and brother. I am a beggar. You are the giver. O Ajab, this is the tale of lives. This is the story of birth after birth. O beloved Kirpal Guru, my love with you is very ancient. And there follows a magnificent talk, which is quite long, and I recommend it to everyone to read it. But I'm now going to read another section from the same book. It's from book 9, the final book in the final section of the book. The title of book 9 is The Reality of Love. And this section is called Who is the Master? When Lord Kirpal was at Sanpani Ashram in October 1972, he gave a blockbuster of a talk that was published as The Gift of the Living Master. In it, he spoke very powerfully on the subject of mastership or guruship. He said, I may submit to you, this is my last talk here, that the subject of spirituality wholly hinges on the word master or guru. If you understand the word master or guru, you understand the whole theory of the teachings of the masters. All scriptures that are available to us speak of the unavoidable necessity, I would say, of the existence of a master or a guru or a saint. This is no new subject. Even in the old days when the masters came on the scene, this question was considered to be very important. Guru Nanak took 4 trips. When he went to the Himalayas, the siddhas put a question to him, "Who is your guru?" And he told them that Shabad is my guru. Do you know what is meant by Shabad? God is Ashabad, wordless, nameless. When it came into expression, it was called word, it was called Shabad, it was called Nam or name. So he said, my guru is Shabad. The God into expression power is my guru. God is my guru, and he will lead me into the absolute God. And what Sanchi said 5 years later, also at Sanpani Ashram, in May 1977, can be understood as a commentary on Kirpal's words. That's why masters tell us, don't be attached to the body, don't love the body. Kabir Sahib says that no one's body is our guru, but we are getting only the body. The power which is working in the body of that guru, we are not catching that. So Kabir Sahib says that we have made the body as guru, but we have not realized that Satguru. And in that way, we are always coming in the cycle of births and deaths, of 84 lakhs of incarnation. Because as long as that body is standing in front of us, we are happy. But when that body goes away from us, we become unhappy and we go astray. But the power which is assuming the body to explain to us, if we catch that power, all our doubts and suspicions can be cleared while we are living in the body. There was one disciple of Master Sawan Singh called Mastanaji, and he was from Baluchistan. When Master Sawan Singh left the body, the people at the ashram at Beas celebrated the death anniversary of Master Sawan Singh. They announced that on April 2nd, Master Sawan Singh had left the body. But on that date, Mastanaji celebrated Master Sawan Singh's birthday because he was saying, those who say Master Sawan Singh is dead, people should go ask them in the court why they had taken him as guru who is subject to birth and death. Our Sawan Shah is never dying. He was saying if Sawan Shah himself is involved in births and deaths, what good can he do for us? Because Shabad is our guru. Nam is our guru. Shabad or Nam has assumed the body, has come into the body, only to make us understand the reality. That's why Master never told us that he is our master or he is our Maharaj. That's why saints tell us your guru is within you. But we are not catching the guru which is residing within us. Whatever sacrifice we have to do to meet that inner guru, that is little in Sant Mat. And those within whom the love is created for that inner guru, they are not sleeping much, they are not eating much, unless they are meeting their guru within. And this letter from Baba Sawan Singh of July 23rd, 1919, to Genevieve Brock. Your desire to visit India is welcome, but what I wish is that you may have no need for your physical hands, feet, and body, but travel without feet, speak without tongue, see without eyes, and hear without ears, and while sitting indoors visit not only India, but the whole of Brahman. If you saw India with the physical frame, what use if you did not go beyond this world? If you reply that you want to come to India for seeing your guru, then it should be noted that the physical frame is not the real form of the guru. It is a mere dress he has put on in the world and will be put off here. The true form of a guru is holy sound, And in that form, the Guru permeates every hair on your body and is seated within you. When you will go behind the focus of the eyes, then the Guru will meet you in his radiant form. And when you reach Trikuti, the Guru shall accompany you in his sound form, even up to Sachkhand. Fly upwards upon the wings of faith and love, so that you may talk to him every day and be with him always. This will come gradually, so you need not despair. Perform your devotion regularly, and one day all these powers shall be yours, and you shall reach your true home. Yours affectionately, Sawan Singh. And Sanchi said a few months before his passing, you know that the relationship of the master with the disciple is made by God Almighty himself, and it cannot be broken. No power, no one can break the relationship which has been formed between the disciple and the master. It is not that after you leave from here, the relationship is over. Guru Nanak Sahib says, the true relationship never breaks because the Creator himself has made this relationship. So the masters always remember their disciples. Guru Nanak Sahib says there are only two powers which do not forget anything. One is God Almighty and the other is the Master. Everything else is forgetful, but the Master and God Almighty are not the forgetful ones. After giving us the initiation, they never forget us. What to talk about forgetting us? They never even go away from us. They are always with us. They are always looking at us, and they always take care of us. Just as the mother takes care of her child, in the same way, the masters always take care of their disciples. And in the tape recording he made to be played after his passing, Sanchi says, once again I say that those in the Sangat who will remain strong will be protected the most. If you will be divided in parties, then Kabir says, what can the poor master do if there is lacking in the disciples? The blind one does not accept anything, like the blowing of air in the bamboo. I hope that whatever I have said, the instruction is the same for everyone, whether one is from the west or the east, because the dear ones are spread all over, and that is, remain strong. Of course, if you find someone who has meditated like my master made me meditate, very happily you can take advantage of him. I am ready to help you in that case. Do not follow the false one. Do not waste your life. Sawan was told that people have made many parties. Sawan said they are still very few. The time will come when no one will be willing to become the disciple. Everyone will prove himself to be a guru and will say, I am the only true one. So I hope that all of you will lovingly carry on. This is a kind of will which I have spoken, not on legal papers, which will always remain valid in the Sangat. Much love and best wishes to the whole Sangat. What is clear from all of the above is this. The master is not the body. The body of the master is used by him to reach us when we can't be reached any other way, and to help us understand the reality of love when we have difficulty understanding that directly. But it is a means to an end. Yes, the meeting with the master on the physical plane is necessary for most of us to be initiated. Not necessarily everyone, because, as Sanchi has said, masters have many different ways to take people up. And the embodied master can be very, very helpful to the disciple as he or she lurches and stumbles their way toward God, as I hope these two volumes have demonstrated. Nevertheless, the totality of the master is infinitely more than his body, and that is why he never dies for those for whom he has taken responsibility, and why those whom he has taken responsibility for do not need to worry about finding a new master after his leaving because he doesn't leave. Yes, the master in his new coat can be a great blessing to those disciples he has supposedly left, as I hope this volume makes clear. But as Sanchi has pointed out above, and indeed as he pointed out to me on the very first day I met him, to be divided in parties and to assume that what is clear to us should be clear to everybody is not helpful. Because, as I learned with his grace on that blessed day, in Lord Kirpal's words, and this is a quote from God-Man, Kirpal's great book, it does not matter even if a guru, after initiating a person, passes away. Once he initiates an individual, the subtle form of the master gets embedded in the disciple, for he becomes from that moment the disciple's ideal, and his instructions gradually begin to bear fruit. There is no power on earth that can render sterile the seed sown by a master soul. Master never dies. He may leave the body as anyone else does, but he is more than a mere body. He is an ideal, a living sound current or a life principle that gives life and light to the entire world. After his passing away, one may derive benefit from the satsang conducted by a Gurumukh who is carrying on the duties of Guru. It may consult him in case he has some difficulty. It is, however, of the utmost importance that the master is not to be changed on any account. Loyalty to the master who has initiated the spirit and to whom the spirit has pledged his troth demands the recognition that the master is competent to impart further guidance and instructions even when he is working on the spiritual plane after having left the physical world. And that last paragraph seems to me to be of the utmost importance. I'll read it again. Loyalty to the master who has initiated the spirit and to whom the spirit has pledged his troth demands the recognition that the master is competent to impart further guidance and instructions even when he is working on the spiritual plane after having left the physical world. And that quote is from God-Man, pages 24 and 25. It is not uncommon, in fact, it seems to be the norm, for the disciples to be divided on the subject of who is a legitimate successor after the master's passing. Sometimes the master does indicate who he wants to be recognized as his successor, but more often he does not or leaves a mixed message. There are reasons for this, but it is not necessarily obvious to any of us what those reasons are. For one thing, as Swamiji Maharaj said, it is I who have made the tiger and the goat drink from the same pool. No one else can do it. He left a number of successors, and some of his followers were drawn to one and not necessarily to the others. And there may be other reasons too. But the fact is that the master does not leave, that he is still functioning as the master in the disciple's inmost self, that he is not to be changed, and that while a successor may be and often is very helpful to the disciple, if the disciple has any doubt or disinclination to sit at the feet of one or any of them, it does not matter. For the already initiated, the master does not change, and the disciple can follow what is in his or her heart without worrying about it. One's eternal salvation does not depend on one's attitude toward a successor. If the disciple sees his or her master in the successor, his friend in a new coat, then that disciple should act on that. But if not, it doesn't matter. As Kirpal put it, in this vast creation, everyone is gifted with an individual perception. We cannot blame anyone for thinking differently in his own way. Everyone has his own temperament and his own way of thinking. They must differ, and they do differ vehemently. There is no help for it. It is, on the other hand, the sign of sentient life. We must not, therefore, on that account, cross swords with them. And for these reasons, as Kirpal makes clear in his biography of Baba Jamal Singh, who the new master is a point not always easy to settle. Indeed, and although, as Swamiji Maharaj says, the Satguru is an incarnation eternally present upon the earth, it does not always follow that the initiates of the previous master will be able to find him. When Guru Gobind Singh left in 1706, the line continued, culminating in Sawan, Kirpal, and Ajay, but not one of Guru Gobind Singh's disciples knew it. It was not until Baba Jamal Singh, following the orders of his guru, brought the Shabda Yoga back to the Punjab almost 200 years later, did the descendants of those initiates again get the glimpse of the reality they had been singing about for so long. And if anyone asks, why should this be? Sanchi answered that in his final discourse in the Americas in July 1996, printed above. Some things are not understandable from our point of view, but are nonetheless in the will of God and have a point. And as Lord Kirpal wrote me, and I have very often quoted, please know it for certain that everything that comes to your account is in your best spiritual interests. But assuming that we do run across someone we think might be a master, or someone tells us of someone like that, what then? Well, as Lord Kirpal often said, the experience of receiving inner light is a valuable criterion. But as Sanchi pointed out, in order to assess it properly, we have to look at the master with our outer eyes also. Do we find ourselves spontaneously loving him? Do we find that in his company we want to meditate and find God, and that our outer attachments interest us less and less? Above all, has he spent a significant amount of his life in meditation and shown by his actions that he is not interested in getting anything from his disciples, money, adulation, fame, etc., but only in giving them something? The inner experience that the master gives is the validation of his life, but his life is the validation of his gift. But we should remember that we cannot judge or assess another person's spiritual stature other than in the ways described above. In any case, it is not for us to decide how spiritually advanced someone else is. All we can know is whether he speaks to our heart or not. If we remember that, we will be true to our own selves and not displease the master. This is, of course, what Sanchi taught me in the first 2 hours I ever spent with him, as I relate above in Book 1. It follows from that we do not need to worry about what others might be doing or interfere with them for their own good to save them from a false guru. We don't know enough to do that. Baba Sawan Singh explains this in a comment recorded by his secretary on June 19th, 1945. On his return from a walk, Azur Maharaji sat on the veranda, and someone who was sitting near him said that he knew a man who had adopted an imperfect guru, who had made him take an oath that he would not accept any other guru. At this, Baba Brahmananji told a relevant story from Valmiki's Ramayana. When Sri Ramchandraji Maharaj, that is Lord Rama, went to Vishnupuri, the realm of Vishnu, from Ayodhya, he ordered that all his subjects, including the birds and animals of Ayodhya, should be brought to Vishnupuri. This was accordingly done, but one dog was left behind because it had sores from all over its body, infested with worms, and was in great pain. The matter was reported to Sri Ramchandra, who ordered Sri Hanuman, the monkey god, to go and bring the dog to Vishnupuri. Sri Hanuman said, "My lord, I shall immediately do this, but please tell me what sin the dog had committed to merit such terrible suffering." Lord Rama replied, "In his previous life, this dog became a guru, but he had no inner spiritual progress. He collected a very large number of disciples and went on living on their offerings without conferring any benefit on them. Now he has become a dog, and the disciples are the worms that are eating into the sores in his flesh." At this, Hazur Maharaji said, "It is not so in Sant Mat. If the Guru himself has not reached Satlok, but his Guru is perfect, or like Swamiji Maharaj has come straight from Anami, he will take his disciples up to the stage he has attained himself, and beyond that, his Guru or his Guru's Guru or Swamiji Maharaj himself will take them. There should be no worry about this." And there is, a lot of comments that could be made and things that could be said about this. Comment about Vasawan Singh. But basically, the underlying reality of it is that the master does not abandon his disciples. And once he has initiated us and, pledged his troth to us, just as we to him, we may make mistakes. We may do things that are not necessarily from a worldly point of view in our best spiritual interests. But he uses those mistakes and he makes it happen that everything that we do, whether it is from our point of view a good thing or a bad thing, he makes it happen that it works in our benefit ultimately. So he isn't going to, if any of his disciples makes a wrong choice after the master leaves, the master is still going to love him. He's still going to protect him. And he's going to use, even if the master that the disciple goes to is not perfect, he's going to use them to work through, just as Sawan Singh said. And this is part of you could say, the all-encompassing love and power of the master. And we can thank God for it. So that's why there's no need, for disciples of the master to be divided into parties. How Sanchi hated that. This was, of course, the subject of that very first meeting with him. Why was I dragged into this, he said. Who wants to be a guru? Tell me that. Is it not better to be a disciple? He informed me that the letter that Russell wrote had nothing to do with Sant Mat. This is very important stuff which we tend to forget. Sometimes I forget it, even though it was given to me like a sledgehammer, in direct and immediate confrontation. But it's important. We don't know enough to understand how other people's receptivity works. And it's vitally important that we not push our understanding on them and vice versa. But Sanchi did not want, people, he didn't want Kirpal initiates to be divided over whether they accepted him as a master or not. In the New York satsang in 1977, it was very divided about this whole question. And some of the leaders of the New York satsang came up to Sant Bani Ashram every weekend during his stay there in May of that year. And they loved him. But many of the New York satsangis were not interested in Sanchi at all. And he told him, don't stay in the Sangha, stay with the satsang, don't make parties. It doesn't matter if they accept me or not. He was very strong about this. And there was one fellow who wanted to set up a separate satsang that met at the same time as the one in New York. And he put up posters and stuff. Sanchi was very strong with him. This is not what I want. not what I want. And eventually the New York Sun God invited him to come there in 1980, and he did. And it was a very powerful time. But he was very clear about that. This is not reason for the disciples of any master to divide among themselves. And it's a point of view. Tomorrow I will be talking or reading about the whole question of angle of vision, of point of view. And this is an example of the master's point of view as distinguished from our point of view. Certain things may appear to us to be absolutely of the first importance, or maybe, unquestionably good. And the master may have a totally different view entirely. And that's basically what the situation is. This is, I dwell on this because this was after all the subject of my first meeting with him. And he brought it up. I mean, it was from the very first minute that I saw him, he made this point, and he made it very clearly and very strongly. And hopefully, I hope to God I've learned it. But anyway, it was important to him. So tomorrow I will be talking about point of view, angle of vision, and how Master's angle of vision and ours differs, and we'll consider that from various points of view. But now we are going to have a video, I guess you can call it a video, one of Don Macken's magnificent efforts, in which we will hear a 1955 discourse of our glorious Lord Kirpal, which is extremely important to me. This particular discourse, when we first started holding satsang in New Hampshire in 1963, before the master came, we started in January of that year. We started holding it, Judith and I started holding it in our house in San Bernardino Square, our apartment, because the ashram didn't exist yet. We had bought the land that became an ashram, but it wasn't ready to move into. Anyway, at some point during that 9 months or so before Master came, I asked Mr. Khanna to send us a tape, because we had no tapes of the Master. And he sent us the tape that you are going to hear now. It was the very first tape we had. I had heard a couple of tapes previously, but I hadn't possessed them, and I had no way to replay them. And oh my goodness, we played it and played it and played it. Every satsang, we played a section of it. We called it the inevitability of death, because that is what the Master's talking about, it seems, throughout the talk. How we loved it. And the whole thing, Taiji singing the hymns so that the Master comments on them, which of course later, when we went to India, we saw that this was the norm, the way the Master held satsang in India. And of course with Sanchi, he did it throughout his tours also. Kirpal did it consistently in 55, I believe, and in 63, he did it occasionally. But Sanchi preferred to do it almost always, not entirely, but often. Anyway, that's this talk, and well, I love it. Not that I don't love any of the talks, but this one is very special. All right, we'll now hear it, see it, read it, and listen to it all at once.
for instance, when you were quite young, you see, of age, you were in sound body and mind and intellect, you should have tried to see God, you see, to solve this mystery of life. But instead of doing that, you have been only engaging yourself in all matters which were not so important as of knowing your own self. Man is composed of, you see, physical body, intellect and soul. Man is engaged in the outer pursuits relating to the physical body, its maintenance, its environments, family life, social life and political life. He spends most of his time in that. And he has done that way, no doubt. He spends most of his time further to the intellectual attainments. He has become an intellectual giant, no doubt. But the third side, we are souls, you see. We know little or nothing about our own selves. That was the most important. The latter first two things only hinge on that, you see, depend on these two. When you leave the body, where are your possessions left? You see? The true profit of life is to know oneself. Understand the true profit of life. What does it profit a man if he gains the possessions of the whole world and loses one's own soul? These outer possessions is not the end-all and be-all of our lives. These were to be had only for use, to make the best use of them. Body is given to you, outer possessions, wealth, etc. is given to you just to make out the best of them, you see. In the way to know yourself and to know God. When you had a sound body, at that time, instead of devoting your some time to the unravelment of the mystery of life, you simply devoted all time to the maintenance of your body and its environments or intellectual attainments. And that is all you have done. You have done little or nothing in the way of knowing yourself, who you are, what you are. Theoretically, no doubt, we have done so much. We have learned so many philosophies about all these subjects. But practically, we do not know who we are. Can we analyze ourselves? Can we know the indweller of the house? Can we leave the body at will? Is our inner eye open to see the light of God? These are the practical subjects. We have put in little or no time for that, I would say. We have simply remained satisfied with the observance of the outdoors, rituals or formalism of the various social religions. That is, of course, the elementary step, just to pave the road to spirituality, but that is, strictly speaking, not spirituality. That is just preparing the ground for something higher. You are only preparing the ground and not seeing the reality for which you did all this in your life. You have not reaped the full fruit of having the body of a man, you see. So in man's body you had to know yourself, the most important subject, and unfortunately the most ignored. Whenever you ask anybody, you see, well, are you just doing something in the way of your knowing self? I have got no time. I am engaged. I have got service to do. That's one part of the show. Master, don't say that you leave off everything and go to the jungles and devote whole time to that. At least they want, you see. You must be perfect all round, physically, intellectually and spiritually too. So that's the most important side of the man which we are ignoring, you see. Our pursuits in this way is only restricted to reading some scriptures, attending some holy places of worship, doing certain form of rituals or formalism, and that is all. This is of course necessary. Again, I would say to remain in some social body is a blessing. But that's only the stepping stone, not the end all and be all of life. The main aim of life, highest aim of life is to know oneself and know God. Know thyself. If you know yourself practically, you can analyze yourself, who you are, what you are. Only then you would be in a position to know, to see, to come in contact with that great reality which you call God. Not before. That is why Master did not lay first knowing God before you, but they first did say, know yourself who you are. Because unless you know yourself, you cannot know the overself. It is the soul that has to realize and see God, not your mind or intellect. We are now taking help from the intellect, you see. Reasoning is the help and reasoning the bar. In a constructive way, try to understand, comes to some conclusion that what is what. When you arrive at some conclusion, then act up to it, see what is that. That's the main mission of life, main objective view before each man. So, Kabir says, look here, you have been sleeping throughout so far, whatever days have passed, those have been just gone in vain. You have not done what you should have done. You have been simply devoting time only to the physical and intellectual attainments, and not to know yourself who you are. Had you done that now, you would have peaceful life here and the hereafter. Master, whenever they came past, they always talked to you about this latter part of the show, which you have ignored so much. They have been awakening us to this reality. So this is why Kabir also lays this great stress on that. Well, look here, you have been simply enjoying, just devoting your whole time to the two things, and not to knowing yourself who you are, what you are. And that is sad. You see, after all, you have to leave the body. When you leave the body, this body and all its environments are left here. Who is it which has to go along with you? Have you ever thought of it? Never. Eat, drink and be merry, and that is all our aim, to the majority of men with us. And if at all we do something, you see, go to the holy places of worship, in all social religion, I am talking as a man, you see. There the object of our going and just saying some prayers or remembering God, the object is not to know God or see God, but the main object is how can we realize or have the worldly things. Our son is sick, we are poor, we want money, all at home, God, pray, give us that. So our true God is the wealth of the world, not God. We are praying God only to have something of the world. We care more for the world than for God, you see. So if we do pray God for worldly things, it is apparent that we are the lovers of the world and not of God. We have simply got that as a helping factor to have the worldly things. The true attachment lies with the worldly things, not of God, you see. So this is what Kabir is laying enjoins on us. Look here, what have you been doing? When your body is sound, you are, instead of engaging your whole time to the outward things, you should have also shared some time for the higher things too. Because after all, you have to leave the body someday. All those who came in the past, they left the bodies. Even the saints left the bodies. Even the kings, high and low. That is the fate which each one has to pass through. And we are also to leave the body. That's the point. Have we ever thought over it? Intellectually we do know, we see with our eyes, but we are not convinced the least. If that subject, you see, just had gone at home in us, we must have striven to do something. just go to in my life. Quite young, when I was, say, about 16 years of age, I had some awakening from the very childhood, but still I came across just a dying man. He was just at his deathbed. My inner vision was clear. I saw he is going. I sat by his side. And just I was wondering, what is that will leave this body now, which is in me? I could not differentiate at the time. Just before my eyes I saw that man left the body, just met each of his relations and left the body. He was no more. Body was there. I was just differentiating what is that which has left that body, and that is still with me. Intellectually I could, but practically I could not. So we took the body of that man on our shoulders and took it to the cremation place. It so happened that there was one tomb over there, you see, and there was some inscription over that. And that inscription said, "Look here, oh man, in what state of mind you are going? We are just like you someday. We are lying now here." That further went home, you see, in my mind, what is what is it which leaves? When we further went over to the cremation place, we found two dead bodies just on the pyre, just their faces were open, you see, let others see the last view of them. And one was the old man, and the other quite young, two years before me, you see. Oldest man was a white bearded man, and the other was quite young, 20 years old. Two scenes were before me. Well, there's no escape from that. But when I just consider on my own self, what is that has left there and that is still in me, I could not differentiate. I am owning on that fact, you see. This thing led me to books, to pictures. I found references in the books. What is that leaves the body? Except we be born anew, you cannot see the kingdom of God. Die. Learn dying while living. Learn to die while living. This is the teaching given in the books, in the scriptures. But how to do it, that I didn't know. In that search I sought through books of the various religions, holy scriptures. That mystery could not be solved, you see. Good references were there. But when I came to the feet of my master Baba Sam Singh Ji at Vyas, he showed me how to transcend the body. He gave me first an experience. Here it is, you are not the body, come up. And I saw. And what I have learned that, you see, the people are now having that thing. So my point of view, just laying before you, is that we have to leave the body. This is the mystery of life. We are not the bodies, you see. We have to leave it someday. We have to just while alive enter in this body and see the most precious thing in it, that power of God working through us. He is living in us, He is residing in us. When the inner eye was opened, we could see. Even now we can see, and the proper guidance and care, help. So this is what Kabir is laying very much stress on that point, because that is the most important, concerns every man as a mad problem. It is before each one of us, and we have to solve this mystery, irrespective where we live or to what social body we belong. That makes no difference. Okay. He now says, please wake up, you are sleeping, you say, wake up and see where is your God. God is with you, is it with you still? They say this God resides in every heart, is the soul of our souls. Just why not wake up and see for your own self if it is there? Has he left you? Is your inner eye not open to see him? How bad fate you are having? In man's body you had to do that thing and you are engaged in only outer things and have little or no time for this most important subject without the unraveling of which you are nowhere. Kabir says, who can wake up, you see? Only he whom God favors. Blind man cannot catch any man who's got eyes, you see. If the eyed man, I would say, come around and just give his hand into the hand of the blind man, only then he can find out. It is only through the grace of God that he just condescends, I would say, to come near you and catch you, put you on the way. And what is that hand, you see? He comes through the pole of somebody and catches you puts you on the way. All saints and masters who came in the past, they said like their Father is working in me, you see, through me. Philip once asked, well, that would have satisfied us if you had only shown us your Father. And it is written that he grew a bit indignant over it and said, look here, I have been so long with you, you have not been able to see that what I did, that was the Father, I didn't say Father I was doing, you see. It was not I. But don't you see, who has seen me has seen my Father. I and my Father are one. That's what this is. So whenever God condescends, you see, to just put any man on the way, he just works through some pole on which he is working, you see, I say. Who is the mouthpiece of God, he brings them into contact with that. So he says, whoever has seen God, he is put on the way by God just at the pole, contacting the pole where he is working. So this is what Kabir said. Now I will place you another hymn from Guru Arjuna the Sixth. And see each one what they have to say on this subject. Guru Arjuna says, well, look here, so long as this indweller of the house is living in your house of the body, this body is moving, you see. When that leaves the body, it is just a dust, dust thou art, and unto dust return. It is you who are illumining the body, you see. You are infusing life into every pore of the body. This all moving, all your actions are due to the fact that indweller of the house is residing in it. And when that leaves, then somebody takes you to the cremation place or to the burial place and puts you underground or consumes your body to the fire. That's all. He says this body is just enlivening, you see, enlivened so long as you are in it. And when that inner self leaves the body, well, what's the fate? This body is just put on the ground. You are not the bodies, you are the indweller of the bodies. But we have so much identified ourselves with the body due to mind and outgoing faculties that we have become as it were the bodies and doing all things from the level of the body. How great delusion it is, you find. Now it is a fact. We see with our own eyes. I think we might have gone with some funeral to the burial place and must have seen, you see, many of us, how the body is put on the ground. That is the body just that you are wearing on. So whole body of this respect is due to the indweller of the house, that you are. Have you known yourself? That's what. You are not the body. The 5 and 6 feet high stature is not what we are. We are the inner man. There are great possibilities in us. Macrocosm is in the microcosm. We can transcend the body. We can traverse into the higher planes at will. But unfortunately, we know little or nothing about this phase of the soul, fate of the soul. Now this question concerns each one of us, whether irrespective to what social body we belong, that makes no difference. Body, the first companion we had when we came into the world born, you see, first companion in life. And when you leave, body leaves you before, and with it all outward possessions and everything, all your relations. They leave you, or you leave them sometime. So they are just putting that thing before you, well, you are not the body. So long as you are in the body is moving, you are eating, drinking, just helping others, this and that thing, you are doing so many things. When the indweller of the body is gone, well, who cares for the body? Simply say, I put it on the ground, I'll leave because well, dear friend, we have got no time to wait, hurry up. Even one night over, they won't keep you. In India, it is a custom just as soon as the body, you see, man leaves the body, dies, his body is just put to the flames. The earliest possible, within 2, 3, 4 hours. And also they might keep you for a day or 2 or 3 at the most. After all, body cannot be kept long. If at all you keep it, that's the only indweller is gone, you see. That indweller we have to know. That is knowing yourself, who you are, what you are. Now you see, this has no concern, this subjective side of things. Unless we solve that mystery, we are nowhere. We cannot be at peace. You may belong to any social regime you like. Elementary steps you may take anywhere you like. Have ethical life, which is stepping stone to spirituality, but unless or until you solve this mystery of life for your own self, you are not at peace. You are always afraid of death. Where to go, nobody knows. I have come to America, you see, just now, and this is my first trip over here. But when I will go back and anybody says I have to go to America, all right, I have seen that place, what's happening? Similarly, if you could transcend the body at will and go into the beyond, you see those elements you experience now, then when you leave the body, oh, most welcome, come on. This is what Kabir says. Name of death, with dreadens, you see, puts awe in everybody's mind. When I hear the name of death, I am overjoyed, you see, because I see what is death, how to go beyond. By leaving the body, I'll yet just unite with the God forever, never to come back. This is though uttered by those who have solved this mystery of life. And what to speak of us, with all our intellectual attainments and knowing theories, so many, with all our philosophies at our command. With all that, we are afraid of death. because we do not know how to transcend the body and just have the experience of the beyond, that's all. If we do come up, you see, under the guidance of someone, then you will become conscious co-workers of the divine plan, and you will have a life which is everlasting, you see. Yes, sir.
दर्शन देखने का चाओ तन तेरा खाना धन तेरा खाना.
Now go on to say, when you see this fate of the man, you see, naturally, man, what is it, oh God? What is all this mystery? Where you are? Where do you dwell? We are only, these are temporary amounts, we are here, we are after all come to your feet, in your presence, holy presence. How beautiful that would be. So that very fact, you see, just what you say, takes out the thought of the worldly things from within you. You know when you have to leave the body. Your whole life will be changed, you see. Now we have forgotten, you see, we don't know we have to leave the body or not. That is why we are doing so many lower things, you see. We are addicted to, I think, fallen a prey to the wake up. Suppose you just told you're leaving at say 10 and 12 in the night today, be prepared, what will you do? There's no fixed time for that. At least there is, no doubt, but we do not know. If the man is cut out, you see, just going back, or just going into the bath or while sleeping never arise again, you see, then what will be our fate? If we know that we have to go, then I think we will prepare for at every moment, you see. So this is, says that when we saw this fate of life, you see, naturally thought awakens in the way, what is some other life? Who is it that leaves the body? Where has it to go? How to go? So this is the mystery of life that we have to solve at the feet of some master who has done it. He will show you things of the hereafter, you see. How to transcend the body, have experience of the beyond. Yes.
जिच्चर बस्या संत घर जियो जियो सब कहात जान उठी चलती कंतड़ा का कोई न पूछे तेरी बात.
Now he says, so long as the Lord of your body, that you are, reside in the body, everybody respects you, come on there, sit down, have this thing, have that thing. But once that Lord leaves the body, you see, who cares for you? They might have respect for your body for a day or two, they will put you underground and consume into fire and finish up. We have no time to waste, you would say, people say like that. So the respect of the body is only on account of the indweller of the house, the Lord of the body with which its body is living, you see. That you are. So long as that is with the body, everybody respects you. When that leaves the body, they just try to put you underground and to consume to the fire as soon as possible.
तेरी हरदम याद. We are remembering you with every breath. Give us your darshan. We are being baked in the separation. Spread the coolness. In the world, the fires are burning. In the fire, the jivas are burning. O giver, have pity and come back. In the Kali Yuga, to meditate on Nam is difficult. To go in the refuge is easy. The boat is adrift. Come and take it to the shore. Having become separated from you, we are suffering. O giver, day and night we are weeping. We have your hope. Come and fulfill our hopes. Guru Kirpal is the beloved one. Ajab is only this support. We are thirsty for the darshan. Satisfy our thirst. तेरी हर दम याद मना रहे दर्श देखा जा तू तेरी हर दम याद मना रहे दर्श देखा जा तू असी पुज रहे विच वियोग दे ठंड वरता जा तू असी पुज रहे विच वियोग दे ठंड वरता जा तू दुनिया विच पांबड़ पक रहे अग्नि विच जीव है मच रहे दुनिया विच पांबड़ पक रहे अग्नि विच जीव है मच रहे दाता तरस करो जी आन के फेरा पा जा तू तेरी हर दम याद मना रहे दर्श देखा जा तू असी पुज रहे विच वियोग दे ठंड वरता जा तू नाम जपना कल विच औखा है शरणी पे जाना सौखा है नाम जपना कल विच औखा है शरणी पे जाना सौखा है बेड़ी अड़ गई विच मझदार दे बनने ला जा तू तेरी हर दम याद मना रहे दर्श देखा जा तू असी पुज रहे विच वियोग दे जा तू तैथो विछड़ के औखे हो रहे दिन राती दाता रो रहे तैथो विछड़ के औखे हो रहे दिन राती दाता रो रहे असी रखियां आसां तेरियां साडी आस पुजा जा तू तेरी हर दम याद मना रहे दर्श देखा जा तू असी पुज रहे विच वियोग दे ठंड वरता जा तू किरपाल गुरु जी प्यारा अजैब नुए हो सहारा है किरपाल गुरु जी प्यारा है अजैब नुए हो सहारा है दर्शन दी प्यासा लग रही प्यास पुजा जा तू तेरी हर दम याद मना रहे दर्श देखा जा तू असी पुज रहे विच वियोग दे ठंड वरता जा तू नमस्ते
We'll close with a poem of Maulana Rum. If God said, Rumi, pay homage to everything that has helped you enter my arms, there would not be one experience of my life, not one thought, one feeling, not any act I would not bow to. And that concludes the session for today. And there'll be a meditation talk in the morning at 3 a.m. Let's all wake up and still the mind together. Good night, everybody.